Well, the LEDs are purchased. They just aren't ready yet. I can show you guys kind of the concept. I had to buy a whole new size of them too. The first ones I bought were 0.5s, but I feel like there's not a lot of room for them on the base. So I purchased 0.3s, which seem good. They seem fine. I should be able to put like 2 or 3 per like quarter, which should very much push the lighting to where it needs to be, because I have to also like kind of diffuse them. It's a whole thing. It's something I want to solve before finalizing, so we're working on it. Just finished posting some places. Can't forget the Discord. And there we go. Off to the races. Do 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 do. But yeah. He's coming along. The big thing is I do want to switch to non-metallic metal, and I think if I like it enough going forward, what's going to end up happening is I kind of want to make the rest of the Emperor's Children non-metallic metal as well. It's going to be rough. It's going to be a struggle, but it is what it is. Adding lights can be easy or not. It depends on what you're doing. I think the method I'm using is going to be okay, but I will show you the components that I purchased. Let me just go through some crap here. There we go. Yep. Okay, excellent. There's also a video out, just in case anyone's wondering. I talk about the reveals for the Emperor's Children. I'm pretty happy. My wallet is not. That's just how it is. What up, Mark? What up, Sprue? So, I'll show you the process for this. Basically, well, not for the non-metallic metal. We'll do that in a second. But basically, I bought these. These are little battery casings. I think I might have to break off the cover. I don't know, because I'm trying to think of how these are going to feel when they're glued to the base. Like, I'm going to have to... This is why we didn't really glue him down. I'm going to have to break him off of this base. Build up some cork that I have. We're going to have to cut out a section here to put this thing in and glue it underneath so that it can kind of sit flat to the ground or slightly above the ground. I'm going to need access to this or to cut this off. That way we have access to the battery. I'm probably just going to cut it off, honestly. Just get that out of there. Battery. Now, the big thing with this approach, people always point out, is like you usually want to do a battery holder and then a switch so you can turn it on and off. This comes with that, which I like. I like the Emperor's Children because they are kind of like related to the patron concept of like art and creation. That's part of it. Like, yeah, drugs, murder, like all that stuff. They love that stuff. But the trick with the Chaos Gods is always that the elements of the Pantheon are tied with more regular concepts. It's sort of like what you put in is what you get out. And because parts of the universe are all about war and fighting and killing each other, you're going to get out the worst of the excess and the creativity from the warp in that situation. But the big concept for the Emperor's Children for me is that it's all about, like, music. Like, they're all about just music. They're basically a punk rock band, like a hair metal band, just all of it. That's what they are. They represent that. This model, I swear I have seen this pose on a metal, like, CD or vinyl record or something. Like, this is a very metal thing, like a serpent god creature with wings swooping in from the side. Like, almost all of their elements are very much, this is metal. Even the ones they showed off, the Flawless Blades, one of the Flawless Blades is wearing like leather strapping masks, and then he has this big flowing mane of hair that's going to the side like it's getting hit by a serious amount of wind on a stage. He looks like Nathan Explosion, or like one of the members of Slipknot. Like, that's what it is. It's what they represent. But yeah, so the lighting concept, this is going to have to be put flush through a hole we're going to need to cut here, and then cover up with cork. There's going to be maybe 2 or 3 layers of cork building up this surface that we're then going to wire these things into. Now, this is, I don't have the soldering iron and a lot of the other stuff yet. I'm going to try to get that all in pretty soon-ish so we can really get started on this, but we got some painting to do today. But yeah, we have to figure out where these are going to get placed. Kind of just like pop these up on top of parts of the cork. That way I can then cover it with like small pieces of cork to wrap around it so you don't just see it from the outside. But then the whole premise... And this is going to take a second. Switch to on. So once you get this all wired up and like everything you need done to it done. If I could strip these wires better, this would work easier. So the light comes on, and it actually will illuminate it. The question is whether or not if I hook like 4 or 5 lights to this thing, if it'll be fine. I think it will. It doesn't look that bad in the dark. Of course, I have all my studio lights on right now, so everything's getting washed out. But yeah, it just comes on. You just have to figure out exactly how to wire everything to these 2 things here. Just combine them all, solder it on, and be done with it. The trick, I think, is going to be making sure I put it together in a way where I can be like, oh, I have to fix it now, and then I can take stuff off. So the trick with the cork board is I think I'm going to hyper glue in a bunch of spikes from the what we bought for the pinning, the paper clips, so that I can actually just put everything on one layer down flat and then just hold it there. Not even really need to tack it in, just let it hold by the weight. And then if I need to fix it ever, like if a light bulb burns out or if I need to replace the whole battery container, I can just lift him off, move him to the side, and have access visually to just all the core elements. Which means I think the top parts that I'm going to have him attached to are going to have like holes and gaps where the lights are fed through from below without me needing to like pop them through and then hold them down. It would just be like a hole where the light comes through, and then if I pick it up, all the lights stay kind of in that place. So there's a lot of design concept, but yeah. Pantheon kind of has limited. I think the merging of the demons into it will change that a bit, because there's actually some really good close range Tzeentch demons that I think would, you know, greatly improve that faction depending on how they interact. But yeah, so I gotta take some of the stuff off this. I actually bought satin glazing liquid. I've been wanting to get a glazing medium for a while now. To those unfamiliar, since most of the paints you use when model painting are water-based, most people just go with water to thin them. But there is like a limit to that. If you thin with water, you'll get to a point where what you're working on will suddenly start acting funny. It'll push the pigment around, but it won't smooth it out. That kind of stuff. And it's not the best. But the actual satin glazing liquid is a better medium for suspending pigment at lower viscosities, basically, or lower opacities, rather. Oh, I forgot to take the thing off of this before shaking it. That's not good. I'm trying to keep the, I guess, the recipe for my non-metallic metal to be very simple. I've seen a few of them online where people are like, you need 4 different yellows, 3 different orange-ish colors, and like 2 browns. I don't think that's that necessary. I think with a good enough blending ability from the satin glazing liquid, you can kind of get away with like fewer colors. Question is whether or not I can pull it off. I've only tried non-metallic metal a couple times before now. What up, Michelle? The few times I've tried it, I've kept the recipe on a bright end, so it kind of looks like metal, but it is very bright, so it's a little off-putting. Microphone up and out of the way. There we go. I think I'm going to try to work on a battle report again this week. It's so hard when debating what to do for your video content. Because, like, on one hand, I'm like, oh, that'll be fine, you know? Start with the brown. Burnt sienna from the So Flat line. I might not have to glaze this stuff, because this is going to be a very flat, common color for the whole thing. Because, like, on one hand, I want to do a battle report. On the other hand, I'm expecting a balanced data slate within the week. So if I record a battle report with 2 armies that get hit by data slate functions and issues. Let me zoom in for you guys. There you go. Then there's gonna be problems. Because I'll put it out and everyone will be like, that doesn't work anymore. It's like, I know. I recorded this much sooner than the frickin' data slate. Get off my case, man. That's what I get for working within the paradigm of pedantics. What the hell is We also need to fix some of this. I like the start that some of these weapons are at, but we do need to fix them. I don't know. I haven't settled on a weapon I want. I know I want them to be bright and saturated. I just don't know where I want that to go, I guess. What's up, Esso? want to see how it feels. It looks really smooth. Nice. I think Mandrakes will be good. Considering that the LVO results, like, Mandrakes didn't make top 10, I need to look at the list of every person. Is that just on BCP, or is that yet another, like, you have to pay for BCP to see all these results? It's like, I don't want to do that. No. Because I kind of want to see if there were, like, a good number of Mandrake players at the tournament and how they placed. Because if they didn't place top 10, I feel like maybe they weren't, like, good players necessarily. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those weird situations where there's not enough information. It was interesting to see that, like, there wasn't a lot of Legionary, I guess. Even though Legionary were supposed to be, like, hyper strong. I should probably turn my headphones down. Almost everything on the Mandrake's toolkit is like anti-elite. I'm just kind of surprised. It was cool to see the blooded as high as they were. And I know people were pointing out that like a ton of players went anything but Warp Coven. Even though Warp Coven always seemed to win major tournaments. I don't know. Could be partially the idea that some people have where if you're constantly going to tournaments and practices and stuff and everyone's only playing Warp Coven because that's what everyone thinks is going to win all the time, that means you don't get a lot of practice against like the Blooded or anything else. So if a tournament happens and then people are like, haha, let's take the sandbags off, and they bust out a faction people aren't used to. I mean, there's a chance that maybe they can kind of like surprise you enough to take the victory. It all just depends. It is kind of something that happens a lot in fighting game tournaments. I hear about it a lot too. Like it's actually a thing, like a whole functional strategy of how to play. The fun rumors of, I think it was Hungrybox, since he plays, I want to say Kirby. I'm not super into Smash, I'll let you guys know right now. But I think he played Kirby, and everyone thought Kirby was crap, but he was really good with Kirby. And he wouldn't really practice with people. And if he knew, and the rumor was that if he knew someone who was also really good with Kirby, he would try to get them to not practice with other players so that they wouldn't have the like strategic know-how of how to deal with his Kirby. That was a thought. And that could be a strategy that's alive and well in Kill Team. get really good with a team on the side without others knowing about it, and then bust them out for a tournament and be like, I got this. You've never practiced against my scouts. Reap the pain that I will provide to you. Because even the #1 Warp Coven had a loss on his list. Like, that's kind of cool. I wouldn't be surprised if after this tournament, Games Workshop came forward and was like, all right, we're declassifying Warp Coven. Like, right away. Like, if they don't think they can balance it, if they're just like, let's just declassify them. Because they even said when they were getting into this new edition that the classified, declassified thing wasn't just about time. It was also about how the community felt about the teams. So, like, there's a decent chance that when the next data slate drops, they kind of adjust some things on the Warp Coven, and then go, also they are declassified, by the way. So, like, you just can't use them anymore in tournament play. Well, sanctioned tournament play, I guess. GW tournament play. No, yeah, feeling free to play whatever is great. I just played a Gellerpox game Saturday. Haven't played them in forever. I kind of hated it. Not that game. That game was awesome. But I kind of hate that, like, every time I see a team and I don't know their rules and I'm just like, oh, I could probably play that team. It seems fun. And then I see their rules and I'm like, oh, it sounds pretty cool. I want to play them. And then I see how they work as a unit, I immediately go, oh god, they're way too strong. And then, like, tournaments get dominated by them almost immediately after. Like, I remember when they dropped the info for the Warp Coven, right? They dropped the info for the Warp Coven online, and I read it, and I was like, that team is going to win all the games. Like, I saw their stuff, I was like, that's cool. And then I started looking around at other people, and I was like, oh my god, Warp Coven's so strong. Warp Coven, people aren't gonna be able to beat Warp Coven. This isn't even a joke. Warp Coven have all the function and ability to just get around stuff, and they have incredible durability. You're not beating a Warp Coven anymore. That's crazy. Because I kind of wanted to play Warp Coven as like a going away party for the Warp Coven, my favorite team from the last iteration. But now I'm like, I guess I'll just play other stuff. Well, Gellerpox will be the next to go. So if you're trying to get a game in during, like, competitive seasons, even though you're not going to necessarily play in competitive, you'd probably want to get them together first. But if it's just small local community, I mean, take your pick. I think Mandrakes are going to go through a serious, like, balance ride, like a up and down concept with their team functions and abilities. They're not going to be a stable team for a while, because once a lot of these other teams get either nerfed or removed from competitive, I think Mandrakes will dominate for a bit. I really do feel like Mandrakes are going to dominate for a bit. They might get rid of some. They'll either get rid of their damage or durability, because like you really can't have both as a team, and they have incredible durability, like absolutely insane durability. And then you also look at them and find out that they also have absolutely insane damage. Like, you can't. You just can't do that. Everything with balance is just based off of, like, the classic, like, JRPG grid of character stats. Is it fast? Is it durable? Is it damaging? Does it have a lot of, like, weird wonk skills? You can't just be, like, plus 10 in all of those and expect balance. Mandrakes are, like, plus 10 mobility, plus, like, I'd say 7 damage. And then their durability is like a 3. Like, just straight up a 3. You have to be very careful with them. They have good function with their durability, but, like, if you don't time what you're doing right, your opponent's just gonna straight up kill you. No problems. It's gonna outright destroy you. Yeah, you cannot have all of it. And even though Warp Coven don't necessarily have speed, they kind of do. Like, they have a spell that really works with speed. And the old way that they nerfed Warp Coven in the old rules was the whole APL issue, where the Rubric Marines were APL 2 until they activated if they were near an allied sorcerer. That was a big thing because the Warp Coven weren't able to hold points. Like, they just couldn't hold points because most of their fodder and stuff on the front lines was APL 2. Only their sorcerers were APL 3. So they tried really hard to figure out how to change that to make it work so that the rubrics could hold points against, like, fodder teams. Because even if the rubrics were durable and damaging, just the fact that they couldn't score just sucked. But now they can score. They can score, they can hold. They're very hard to shift. It's too much. They have too many plus 10s on the list for their statting. It's no bueno. Oh, dude, that. Any of the elves. I played Corsairs. This edition, I played Void Dancers, which were another team that actually got really far in the tournament. I played them this edition. They're still good. Their ability to just be like, I'm here now. I'm over here. It's way too good. It's very hard for any enemy team to account for, I'm in your face now. Like, you have to know when you're playing against them that there is no moment where you're like, I feel very safe in this situation. I feel like this situation is absolutely perfect and I don't have to worry that much. Nope, you're gonna need to worry. They can get you from anywhere. No, yeah, that's the problem. Honestly, and this couldn't have happened. Like, this is the issue. I think Kill Team is going to be drastically limited going forward by how things are released from Games Workshop. That is to say that because a lot of Kill Team stuff is based on whether or not the box is going to be usable in 40k, it's not like they could solve the Astartes problem by going, hey, you Legionary players, you get 3 Chaos Space Marines and 6 cultists. Like the old, like part of the old compendium book. I do think that Kill Team should be a place where most of the teams are small elites and then like a kind of offbeat non-elite squad, like just the basic fodder units, and then just go from there. That's a great place. Like if you want to play against Warp Coven and have fun, like genuinely, if you want to play against Warp Coven and have fun, tell them to take at least half Zangors. You'll have fun. Oh, nice, Blue. Hopefully it helps. I tried to make it help as best I could. But I mean, in a learning situation, there's always moments where you might need a little more. So, it's always good. See, even with just the brown, I do personally like the idea of not having, like, the glitter metal. It already feels a little bit better to me. Again, personal preference. If you're the kind of person who doesn't really want to go into non-metallic metal and you're completely fine with doing, like, a metal color and then washing it to, you know, gritty it up, make it look nice, go ham. I also do really like my weird dry brush style that I was working with not that long ago, where it's do a really basic, like, kind of meh color, right? Like, for brass, my idea was white surface, right? You get your white surface down, and then you hit it with Garrigax sewer, like, contrast paint. It's a really dark brown orange kind of situation. And then you do a very, very light dry brushing of actual brass metallic paint over top of it, mostly to hit the edges. That way the edge highlights are metallic, but then the rest of it basically just looks flat. I did that on my Geller Pox. It looks kinda awesome. Because I do feel like a lot of the time when you use actual metal paint, it does sort of wash out what you're trying to do. Like, it feels a little too weird against rendered paint, right? Like, actually layered, rendered, and worked upon. It's just not right. And it's mostly because as the light shifts on the model, the metal will reflect differently. And then if it doesn't match up with how the airbrushing worked, it just looks off a little bit. Like there's two light sources. I will say this, something I have been learning from the few games that I've played and from just generally looking at kind of the, I guess, the meta of Kill Team. Backline units, like the backline damage units, they don't really work anymore. The way the maps are set up makes it near impossible for a backline damage unit to really be versatile. And even if you don't have one, if you have like a mid-ranged damage unit, like a melt-a-gun or something, that's still enough to prevent enemies from leaving conceal. Like, it's still just enough to make them second guess popping out of conceal to take a pop shot at something, because then you have a melt-a-gun just like, oh, check that out. Let me shake your hand. Let me shake your hand real quick. But I feel like the one opponent I'm playing around here, he keeps using backline, right? Like, he keeps doing backline, which conceptually, sure. I mean, that feels like that's how it should work in the game, that there should be a backline that threatens the front line. 100%. But by the end of every game, the backline is so far away from the front line that whatever you have lost in units on the front line is so much more dire, in my opinion, than had you maybe had like a blaster or an extra like melee warrior. And this got kind of like reinforced with me when I was testing out my my battle report recordings. I did 2 games. Yeah, it could be good, but you can't lose anything else. So when I was doing my my test recordings for my battle reports, I did 2 fights with the Corsairs and the Void Scarred. One of them, the Corsairs did not take their backline sniper. The whole premise was that because the Void Scarred got the ability to pick their side of the map, or not the Void Scarred, the Void Dancers picked their side of the map, they grabbed the side that had the 3-tier platform, the second floor, I guess, or third floor vantage. So there was like a bit weaker of a setup for the regular sniper, right? Like, that's just not good. So I was like, oh, well, the team won't take the sniper because it's not useful in this situation. Instead, they'll take another front line because they want more bodies on the front line. The Corsairs dominated that game. They were able to trade better on the front line than the Void Dancers. But then when the second time I played, I got the role to put the Corsair sniper in the second floor, top floor vantage. So I decided, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to take him instead of another frontline trooper, and this will be fine. But then the Void Dancers ended up easily being able to pick off people on the field while preventing line of sight to that sniper, and then just the sniper can't do anything. Like, there's no capturing of points, there's no running out to grab any of the kill confirm functions. You're just, that's it, you're stuck. Oh, and on Gellerpox, I tried out the thing where you're supposed to take and hold a stronghold that's within enemy territory. I just dumped like 2 Hulks into the middle stronghold, along with like 2 glitchlings, and it was just over. Glitchlings are crazy. Glitchlings are the only model that currently exists that can be in engage, in cover, and you can't attack them. I'm pretty sure it's a typo. I'm pretty sure they forgot that they needed to put the rest of the information in. But the glitchling rules as written is if this unit is in cover, it cannot be a valid target. Not that it's in conceal, just that it's in cover. So you can sit in cover and shoot people, I think 6 inches away with his little pistol attack. That's garbage. You can just sit there doing that. It forces the person to have to be like, all right, let me go get him. Because if not, you're just sitting there just chipping away, being a douche. I don't like their new setup though with their auras where you pick one of 3 or whatever. It's not good. If you go beacons, it's probably fine. Beacons are probably fine, but if you have to be somewhere specific and you have a backline, it might not work out. All I need to know is exactly what to do with your backline, and that's it. Kind of cool with beacons and backline, but if you go confirm kills and I managed to clear your front line and I have a ton of tokens all over the place because you killed a bunch of my guys and you just can't get to those tokens, it's over. You're not getting tag ops. The Geller did feel pretty great, though. I'm happy with him. They're definitely nerfed into the floor, but I'm still happy with them. Their Feel No Pain is not good. Like, at all. It's the new Feel No Pain, and it's so bad. Sure, their Hulks get 20 wounds a pop. But I don't know, man. I might have to change the color of this back fabric from yellow to black. If we're going to do non-metallic metal and we're going gold, which means we're going to be using a lot of yellow and orange in the actual metals, then having yellow fabric on the back might not be a good idea. Simple swap, but it is what it is. The Lumberghast is still king, though. If you use your Lumberghast well, you're going to win. There's no doubt in my mind. My Lumberghast took out like 3 orcs before it died. Turn 2, it did its charge. I did Drawn to the Hum, which increased my charge range by 1 inch, giving him basic 6-inch movement. The extra 2 allowed me to get into combat with 2 orcs at the same time, which simultaneously allowed me to roll 2 of those D3s for damage. I got one of them for 3, and then immediately one-tapped it in melee with a crit. And then the second one up, I took to like half. Only to kill it later. After he charged another one in and almost lost that one too. And then that one was at like 1 health. And I blew my guy up and killed him. God, Lumberghast is so good. He is the MVP of the Geller. All day long. The Butcher is great. The Butcher's a great secondary just because he does put out a lot of damage potential. I do think you need to kind of conserve Command reroll if you're planning on really using him. No. Butcher's the chopper. Lumberghast is the one with the giant bone on his shoulder. And one of his arms is a bug. He's really good specifically because when he charges, after he ends the charge, everything that's an enemy within his control range gets D3 mortals. He then hits for, I think, 5, 6 is the number, which means 9 times out of 10, you are straight killing something. Just one tapping it. He gets like 4 attacks. It is on 4 pluses, which kind of sucks. But all you need to do is roll 1-4 out of 4 dice, and you're good. Like 9 times out of 10. So that's what made him really fun. I gotta do the back of this gold headdress. I might have to do the back of the gold headdress in like a different color completely, maybe. Maybe we'll glaze it. Glaze it over to purple or something. I still kind of want the shading color. Because if you haven't played or looked too far into the Gellerpox have a ploy where after a fight sequence is done, it's just done, and your guy's still standing there, as long as he's not dead, you can pay a command point and fight again for free. Anything that's within his control range. So that's kind of the whole point of the Hulks. And I actually do think Champion works for this. It depends on if your opponent's playing Horde mode with their team and they're like all over the front line. If they are, it's very easy to like swap up Champion and turn 2, point to your Lumberghast and go, that guy. And as long as you can get a charge on 2 models, 2 enemies, get them into your control range. I hate doing these freaking hair pieces of gold. As long as you can get them in your control range, you should be able to kill both in one go. Get your double kill as a champion. The Butcher can do the same. He's potentially good into like Imperial Guard and stuff to get a double kill. If not, you're gonna have to have stuff semi-damaged. Oh, also, go the aura. Like, the best aura for them now, because I think the aura is control range of everything but glitchlings. Glitchlings are like 3 inches. Right? They have their old aura of -1 to attacks from ranged weapons. That's kind of good, but it was only really good when the glitchling aura was 6 inches, because then you could really screw with people. But since it's 3 inches or control range, it's just not good anymore. Like, you just don't get the benefits you need. So instead, you go with the aura, where every dice discarded by your opponent equals a single mortal wound being applied to your opponent. And then when it's go time, you activate their -1 to hit aura and just run in. It's so good. That's such a solid combo. You take mortals when you miss at -1. Good luck and Godspeed. Their alternative is that you can prevent enemies from gaining AP bonuses. Like, that's my problem. I feel like when I was reading the Gellerpox, I feel like they might have been one of the earlier teams to be organized with their rules. Because I look at most of their rules and I just think this has no purpose. Like, get rid of AP bonuses when it comes to being nearby a Gellerpox. Maybe into Commandos, because technically you have 2 models that can increase APL. Sure. Maybe them. But, like, who else? Everyone else is, like, 1. Maybe Kasserkin, because Kasserkin tend to chuck 2 out. But if a Kasserkin has 3 and is in close range of you, he was not planning on surviving. That's not a thing. So I don't know, because, like, your Screamer is already, hey, I'm going to -1 to your total control of an objective. I mean, I guess maybe that. Because if I -1 to you and then you also get no increases, then you can't reverse it. It just doesn't feel good. Taking damage when missing is like the best thing for them, I think. -1 to ranged attacks. I don't know. If they reversed the glitchling issue and they were like, glitchlings have a 6-inch aura of your aura, yeah, I'd do that again. Screw that. I'd go back to -1s. I'd rush those glitchlings up middle. Get them all over the midfield. Make you have to come to them, and then my friggin' butchers and stuff come running around the corner to kill you. Alright, I think we've browned all that needs to be browned. The question is, do we start work on the yellow fabric now before doing the non-metallic gold on it? I think maybe we do. This is going to require Necromancer's Cloak. They're a fun team. I hope they make a comeback, but they probably won't. If you like the idea of how the Gellerpox work, maybe look into Felgor as well. Felgor have a lot of really fun melee concepts. I think they might still have them. They may have gotten rid of them. I haven't really looked too hard into Felgor. We could maybe take a minute and look into them. If we want. Get some glazing medium in here. Just for smoother application. It always feels like that at first. Like the Gellerpox, definitely in the past, were like, you don't have to care about anything, just walk at them. But I do feel, to a degree, with their changes, the loss of the old school feel no pain, that kind of stuff. I kind of think that melee teams right now are probably in one of the worst positions for people who want to play just to like pound on someone, because you have to really think. Like if you don't think and you're playing Gellerpox or even the Felgor or something along those lines, you're gonna have a bad time. Your opponent is just gonna completely outmaneuver and shellac you. I feel like with a lot of Melee teams, the games are won and lost by you knowing kind of what tac op options your opponent has. Because if your opponent has certain tac ops, you can kind of pre-position in places where you're like, all right, he has to come here. If he has that tac op, he will make maneuvers this way, and then the moment he goes for it, I just get the kill. And that'll trigger all these other things, and I'll be fine. I feel like while we wait for some of this to dry, maybe we can pull up Fulgrim and go over them, because I haven't really looked into them. I have them. They were one of the last teams I put together and painted for the old edition. I saw a lot of potential in them because they're weird. At least they were weird. I don't know if that persisted. There was a lot of like gimmicky, you can't kill me unless you crit situations. And then on top of that, there were some you can't crit situations. So like, there's just oddity to them. Like ways to set it up where you just like trap people in problematic situations that they just can't escape from. Which is kind of cool, actually. They were miserable to fight into for people who didn't understand their rules. People would just like kill them, right? Just straight kill them. And then witness them not die and be like, uh-oh. Well, what do I do now? I'm stuck. Because like you kill them in melee and they don't actually physically die, you still have to fall back. They're not dead. You have to fall back. How are you going to do that? They're right next to you. What's up, Meep Meep? It would outright ruin people's plans. Let that dry for a minute. Let me pull up Oh, they also showed off Whispering Web today. Nice, nice. No data slate still. Sag. Mission packs. No. Team rules. Let us take a quick look. Where are they? Felgor. Because I am going to have to eventually get to a video for these guys. Might as well look at them now, right? So, Felgor are kind of about the same. Technically, if you have a bunch of Zangors, and a few of them look very unique, you can run this. It's the same size bases and everything. This was also the introduction to Games Workshop being like, look, guys, you don't have to actually make bases look ridiculous. You can just, you know, put a little thing there and then just do that. It's fine. Do a little... You could even probably, before gluing them down, you could tape this off and then use a sponge to get some little cross lines in, and then maybe just put like a little pile and you're done. You don't have to be crazy. But yeah, it's a 10-man team. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which means 9. And one of your warrior options, which I think on average people go cleaver, but I think there's a really good enhancement to bludgeon. At least there was. Recon, I actually think they could do pretty easily. Seek and destroy, maybe some of it. I don't know about champion or anything, but we'll see. Maybe champion, but champion will probably be the hardest thing ever to put together. I remember the Flux Spray being one of the big, like, weird damage dealers. Like, he's like a finishing unit. This one was like a frontline damager. This one, I think this one. This is the guy you kind of like want in the midfield. The thing was, in the old times, there were some really good benefits to your warriors. And at the end of the day, like the Herd Goad, I think his stats were so garbage that in my head I was like, look, you don't need to Herd Goad. You can just grab another warrior. Just go ham. But we'll see. We'll see. I love this guy. Pox Bomb. Always good stuff. So Frenzy, let's see how this has changed. I don't think it did. Whenever a friendly Felgor Ravager operative that doesn't have one of your Frenzy tokens, so one that already isn't dead, would be incapacitated during the battle, it's not. And it gains one of your Frenzy tokens. All remaining attack dice are discarded, so this is fully negates whatever is going on. And then the Conceal order, if it has it, is switched to Engage because they're not allowed to have Conceal. Whenever a friendly Felgor Ravager operative has one of your Frenzy tokens, it's only incapacitated as detailed over here. We'll go into that. It cannot have a Conceal order. Of course, it's injured, which sucks because they're kind of mid on a lot of their abilities and movement. Like, they're just general movement, but then, like, their attacks, I think, are like 4s, usually. We'll see. For purposes of turning control of markers, treat APL stat as 1. They used to not have this. They used to just not control. They were like, you can't control anything. That sucked. But reducing to 1 is like a good middle ground. Because if you already have people there, it's not that big of a deal. Friendly Felgor Ravager operative has one of the following Frenzy tokens incapacitated. Its activation ends, so you don't want to die during your activation. This is key. Oh, dude, I've got the Krieg Kill Team video for the rules. You can take a look at it. But, so you don't want to die during your turn. That's 100% the main thing. You want to die out of sequence. An enemy operative is fighting against or retaliating against it, and the opponent strikes with a critical success. So a crit in melee or a crit from ranged will kill it, but the ranged they hit you with or the melee they hit you with to kill you gets wiped. So people who fight twice or shoot twice, this army does not like them. Although shoot twice isn't that big of a deal. And I believe there is a unit that still messes with that. We'll see in a second. An enemy operative fighting against or retaliating against it, and your opponent strikes it for a second time with a normal success. This can be from 2 different strikes. So if he gets hit normal in a whole fight sequence, and nothing else, and then another one comes later and hits normal. That normal triggers the death. There's some good durability here. It depends on what your enemy is. Very high crit rate, close range enemies will straight Shrek this team, I think. An enemy operative is shooting it, and critical damage is inflicted on it. So, an enemy operative fighting, retaliating. So, fighting, retaliating, and then the shooting crit. Okay. Battle ends. Yeah, so they die beforehand. That way the kill op does what it needs to do. It's kind of good because depending on when they die, like, so you know people who might do, let's say, confirm kill, right? If you keep this army safe for most of turn 1, and then in turn 2, your people don't start dying until after they've gone, this screws people who go confirm kill because you won't have any tokens on the ground till the following turn. So like you can literally just strip someone of 2 points for a turn if that's the direction they go, which is kind of crazy. But they do, I think they normalized it. When it gains one of your frenzy tokens for the purpose of VP scoring and faction. So when it gains, yeah, not when it needs to die necessarily. And then factions like Hand of the Archon. Anything that triggers from death gets triggered from frenzy, basically. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. Strat ploys. When a friendly Felgar Ravager operative is fighting or retaliating after rolling your attack dice, you can use this roll. If you do, you must reroll all of your attack dice. This was the same from before. It's just full reroll. Everything has to be rerolled. It's like the best but also the worst reroll at the same time. Because imagine getting like 1 crit and 3 misses and being like, oh. Like as long as the crit you rolled does not kill, you maybe. But then at the same time, you could have just command point rerolled 1 and potentially gotten a hit and a crit, and then it's like, oh, that's all I needed for this fight. Like, ugh. This one was hard from what I remember. Because it's only close range, it's not shooting. So you have to melee for this. Ambush. When friendly Felgar Ravager operative is activated, if its order is changed from conceal to engage, I see where this is going. It's ambushing for that activation. Ah, the classic Phobos ability. Whenever a friendly Felgar Ravager operative that's ambushing is fighting, you can retain one of your fails as a normal success instead of discarding it, or you can retain one of your normal successes as a crit instead. Note that this operative has one of your frenzy tokens. It cannot ambush. This is huge, of course, because this is guaranteed damage spiking. Pretty much, it's just guaranteed damage spiking. This tied with this basically guarantees that, or almost, like it gives you like a 99.9% chance to always get 1 guaranteed critical. Because if you roll 4 or 5 misses here, and then you're like, well, I need a normal, so because I want a crit, then you just reroll everything and hope to get a normal out of it, which is cool. Pelting Firepower. This one I remember. This is for their ranged. It's so weird to have an army like the Felgor and be like, here's a ranged bonus. Whenever a friendly Felgar Ravager operative is shooting an enemy, that operative has been shot by another friendly Felgar Ravager operative during this turning point. The first friendly operative's ranged weapons have the ceaseless weapon roll. Wait. Point. That first friendly operative's ranged weapons have the ceaseless weapon roll if the enemy operative has been shot by more than one other. When a friendly Felgar is shooting an enemy operative that's been shot by another friendly Felgar. That first, so this is one of my favorite gray writing moments. That first friendly where? This first friendly or the one that shot before, which would be the first friendly? Pretty sure it's whoever's shooting now. This is just Crossfire, the old Crossfire from Wormblade, where if something's already shot it, mark it that it's been shot, and then if someone else shoots, you get a bonus, which is ceaseless actually for their ranged weapons. The enemy operative has shot by more than one operative. Friendly weapon operatives ranged weapons have relentless. So you go to tier 2. That first friendly operatives ranged weapons have ceaseless weapon roll. The enemy operative has been shot by more than one other. Oh, more than one other. So once you get to the 3rd, you get relentless. Which, when you see their weapons, you're going to be like, why is that even a ploy? I guarantee you're going to be like, what the hell? Whenever an enemy operative is shooting an expended friendly Felgor operative, you can retain one of your defense dice as normal success without rolling it, in addition to any cover save. So this is in addition to cover saves, or if you're just standing in the open and you're expended. So normally what you're going to want to do is in your go turn 2, hopefully, this, minimum. You're looking to ambush people, and then you're looking to just be standing in a place that isn't that bad where you can retain some saves. That's the whole thing. Playing against Felgor Ravagers, you almost don't want to use cover, because if you're using cover, they're going to get cover against you when you return fire. Like if you stand behind like a light piece of terrain and they run up on you to melee you, and they're on the other side of that terrain, if they kill you and they're just standing there in engage, they are in engage, in cover, expended, letting them retain 2 saves. That's not great. Ruthless Rampage. Uses Firefight ploy after a friendly Felgor Ravager operative performs the fight action. If it's no longer within control range of an enemy operative, that friendly operative can immediately perform a free charge, even if it's already performed a charge, but cannot move more than 3. These 3-inch charges, I like them because it's almost like Blast. You almost have to like think of them in terms of Blast. Like position your units so you don't get kind of screwed over. What up, Broshi? Use this Firefight ploy when a friendly Felgor Ravager operative is activated. Until the end of that operative's activation, add 1 to its move stat. So turn your Felgor into a Aldari for 1 command point. Animalistic Fury. Use this Firefight ploy when a friendly Felgor Ravager operative is fighting and retaliating, and you strike with a critical success. This is huge. So like we said, turn 2, this guarantees the crit, add a damage. You'll see some characters here that have like literally, that'll be 8 or 9 damage in a single hit, which is crazy against Aldari, against anything fodder related. Uses Firefight ploy during a friendly Felgor Ravager operation when its capacity is an enemy operative within its control range. Select 1 other ready friendly Felgor operative visible to within 3 when that first friendly. Oh, this is GA2 based on kills. This is a hard one to manage, though. Very hard to manage. This is like turn 3, because hopefully you've run a bunch of Felgor in, and maybe like 1 or 2 Felgor are attacking a person, and then in the turn 3 you kill that person, use this, and then you can finish. Like you'd activate the Felgor, fight, get the kill, burn this, target the nearby Felgor that was there, and then run this Felgor out. In that situation, you can do a cool thing, because you can switch back to conceal, and if you're already in combat with your Felgor, you could activate, conceal, fight, kill, blood sense, and then book it. And this is a way to make sure that when there's multiple Felgor in an area, they're a lot safer. I think in turn 3 and potentially 4. That would be like the big moments. Or you could even just activate, fight, kill, charge another, and then follow up with the extra guy, which is always beautiful. Felgor Ironhorn. This one was cool, but then they started nerfing him. I think this had like a big range before, and then they reduced it. But yeah, this is common. Like his corrupted pistol is like the better pistol. It's like 3.5 rending. That's not bad, but hitting on a 4+ for 4. On average, you're hitting twice. You're rarely getting a crit. The average is 3 damage in 2 hits, which means if your opponent has a 3+ armor save, you are rarely doing damage from ranged. If at best, when someone has a 4 or a 5, you might get a 3 chip damage on them. Maybe. Most people will take the plasma pistol here, even though it still kind of sucks on a 4+. Piercing 1 might be a bit better. Lethal 5 with piercing over here. But remember that the hot rule requires you to roll a dice at the end, and it has to equate to your hit stat. If you roll below your hit stat, then it gets multiplied or something. I'm trying to remember. It's like if you roll, in this situation, if you rolled a 3, does it get multiplied or does it... I'm trying to remember, man. What was the hot stat here? They changed it to something I liked. I honestly hope 40k gets this version of the hot stat. Light rules. So when you're done, you roll a d6. If the result is less than the weapon's hit stat, inflict damage on the operative equal to the result multiplied by 2. So if you roll a 3 on your hot, you're getting 6 damage. That's 11 wounds right there, sir. You are almost dead because you rolled poorly for your hot. I don't know. I don't think you want the plasma, honestly, on this guy. And even if you do for the piercing 1 and then never doing this, it's just a weird thing. Corrupted chainsword, probably the way to go. Is there... How's his mix? Do they force you? They force you. So you probably... Yeah, you want to go, I think, pistol chainsword. Because the bludgeon's not as good as the chainsword. Friggin' rending, hitting on 3s, 4, 5. Better than the crit damage for bludgeon. I almost don't mind this. Because, I mean, these are garbage anyway. Yeah. So, like, I do not like the idea of putting plasma in the hands of people with that. And if you get this guy to 5 health, this is now a 5. And I'm pretty sure the d6 you roll is based on what the hit stat is in the moment. And injury affects the stats, not the rolls. I'm pretty sure. Let me see. The light rules don't really say enough. Okay, operatives fewer starting moves subtract 2 from their move stat and worsen their hit stat. Yeah, you lose the stat, you don't lose the roll. So he'd be on a 5 injured. You'd need to roll a 5 or a 6 to not outright kill yourself with frickin' 8 damage. Indeed, Happy New Year, VTuber. But yeah, this guy's... Oh yeah, well, his ability... Select one friendly Felgor operative visible to within 6. That operative and each other friendly Felgor operative within 2 of it can immediately perform a free dash action in any order you choose. So this is cool. The caster can have something similar, but in their ploys. But this guy has it as a strategic gambit, so it's free. But this is huge with positioning. And if you'll notice, looking at this, there's no support keyword. So you can't increase it to 9. He has to be within 6 of a person who is within 2 of a bunch of people. This is blast susceptible. You need to ensure that if your units are doing what they're doing, they can't just be immediately run up on by a grenade and killed. Which is no bueno. So, like, it's good, but it's also bad because of this. I think the normal approach to this is to try to make sure the death knell is within range, because this is the one that I think is important. Whenever an attack dice inflicts critical damage on a friendly Felgor Ravager operative within 3, if that operative doesn't have one of your frenzy tokens, you can choose for that attack dice to inflict normal instead. So, like, this is you avoiding critical damage. So he becomes the central point for a bunch of your units, who then he becomes the target for this. I feel like that's the gist. That's like how you play the team, is you try to keep people in those areas. Almost like, I feel like a combat equipment, we'll check into that in a second, but I feel like equipment for this team may involve light barricades and maybe a portable barricade. Like, you're going to want double barricade picks, I think, for this team, just to really help out with some things and for some placements and positionings. But yeah, gong knell until the start of this operative's next activation, or if it is incapacitated whenever an operative is shooting this operative. Improve this operative's save stat by 1 and ignore piercing. Excellent, because that gives them a 3+ save. No piercing rules allowed. This character's entire purpose: move, gong, and that's it. That's all he's supposed to do. Oh, I love this guy. Does he still have the same thing? So 4 attacks, 3+, 4, 5 ceaseless. This, after having played Void Dancer Troop, 4 attacks being a common thing like this, it's like, yeah, I get it. Void Dancer Troop, if you've ever seen that army, they get 5 attacks, like, across the board. The sheer fact that that's 5 gives you so many more options. Ceaseless is great, but, like, literally Void Dancer Troop is like 5 ceaseless. It's like, oh, all right. It's like ceaseless, lethal 5. So, whoa. Whenever this operative is fighting or retaliating, if it doesn't have one of your frenzy tokens, you can resolve one of your successes before the normal order. If you do, it's used as a block. There's a few people that have this in the game still. I haven't looked at I haven't looked too deeply into the Legionary, but I'm pretty sure the Shreve might still have it, maybe, or if he's just the standard. Oh no, it would have been Wormblade with the Locust that would have had it. And then I know that the Corsair Kernite has it. The one that does the... Or Kernathi? I think he's a Kernathi. It's the dual sword wielder. He has the pre-initiation block, which is good. It's pretty good. Even when you're going first, you can still block and then fight, or block and block again, causing your opponent to have no attacks. It's really good. Perform a free reposition action with this operative. During that action, it can move an additional 2. It basically turns it into a charge. 6. So you activate this guy. Depending on where you're planning on going, you can ploy him to go to 7, 8, 9. You can move within control range of enemy operatives. You're going to have to. And at the end of the move, inflict D3+1 damage to each enemy operative it moved within control range of. This is why he's my wrecking ball. He's one of my favorite characters in this team, because if your opponent doesn't know how to position well, all you have to do is turn 2, open with this guy, right? Just turn him into a 9-inch friggin' move. He, I think he can't end in control range. It can move within control range of enemy. It cannot begin or end. Yeah, so as long as you're outside of an inch of someone, like, the player I played against with his orcs and any team that's above like 7 units, right? You're gonna have a hard time putting things places because you want them all in cover. Although again, I will say this team, not great from ranged, probably don't need to care about cover. Like, you can probably stay out of cover and just spread out. But this guy, if you're trying to hug cover for whatever reason, like, that's it. He just runs by like your barricade that has 2 people behind it and then goes to another with maybe another 2 people and then just steps back so he's an inch away from him. And then he just does D3+1 to 4 people. That's insane. That's insane. You've primed half someone's team in an instant. This character is key. Mastery of the Flux Spray equals mastery of the Felgor, in my opinion. Did they change? No, they kind of changed stuff. So another issue when you're playing Felgor is you got 11 wounds here. Everyone else is 10. Some people are also 11. So you kind of have to figure out who gets the bonuses versus who doesn't. I think they reduced it. Nah, there's Mangler gets another 11. So there's 3 guys total that get 11 on the team. You have to keep track of that. It's one of the few teams that has like that level of difference between models. Yeah, Felgor Gnarl Scar. He's a good skirmisher. I'm trying to remember what else he was supposed to do. Oh yeah, you can change your order at the end of operation. This is why he's fantastic, because he can go active, charge, fight, get a kill. This is why you don't want to stay in cover on this team, because if he runs up to your cover and on the other side of it kills you, he can go back to conceal. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You could have your sniper across the field. What's he going to do about this? He can't. And 4/5 brutal. It's not bad. Especially with this. Perform a free fight action with this operative. Then perform a free shoot action with this operative for 1 AP. This operative can perform that shoot action while within control range of an enemy, which means before you even attack, right, if the person's low enough on health, you can just run up to someone and auto pistol them first and see if you chip any damage away. That's it. Like, you shoot and then boom, see what happens. If you can get just enough damage down that a 4 gets the kill, you're good. You're golden. Go back to conceal. Have fun. So he's not as important as the Flux Spray, but there's a lot you can do with this guy that I really like, especially if you consider the 11 wounds. The thing about the 11, though, so a lot of general guns in the game, like, these are weak. This, the 3-4, because this is 5 because of Corrupted, but 3-4 weapons are very common, right? 3-4 weapons are super common. This doesn't really help. Because if you just get hit, it's like the same amount of 3s kill you, right? Like, it doesn't matter. Because it brackets for 12. So if he had, like, 13 health, like, the difference, the genuine difference would be between if these guys were 9 and this guy was 10. That's where the real split bracket comes in. Because then you do need a crit to get the kill. Either way, but at this situation, you're getting the kill in X amount of hits. Or if you got a crit, you're going to get there a little faster. That's all. So it's like, I don't know. There's not enough of this, I think, on the field. Most flamers are 3-3. So, I don't know. It doesn't feel good. Because I think, what is it? I think these guys get injured faster, right? Or it's still the same. You have to be below half for injury, I want to say. Wording is key. Fewer than half. Okay. So they're still the same, right? No, these guys would be 5. These guys would be 4. It almost doesn't matter. Felgor. Gorehorn. This is another one of the big burst guys. I did really like this guy before. And looking at his rule right now, I think he's the same. The 3+ to hit still persists. These guys are better in melee than Gellerpox for their efficiency. Gellerpox hits way harder, but still, efficiency is key here. 2 fight actions with its 2 AP, so who cares? Whenever this operative incapacitates an operative with its weapon, roll 1d3. Operative regains a number of lost wounds equal to the result, unless it has a frenzy, until the end of the battle. Add the result to the critical damage stat of this operative skull cleaver. That is my favorite thing ever on this list. Genuinely, this rule needs to exist in more places, I think, for something. Just get kill, get this bonus. Even if it's something like, for the Tyrannid team, if they end up being Shrieks or something, or whatever the winged warriors are called that I keep forgetting. If it's like, get a kill, get +1 to move up to a maximum of +2. Like, just, ugh. So good. And then this, it's maximum of 8, so it's 8 total crit. Like, you just take the 5 to an 8. All you gotta do is pick one guy off without taking much damage. If you take 1 damage, it's fine. Or 1 or 2 damage. D3 will help. But then just straight up, you just get this thing to 8 for the rest of the game, and everyone in the game is like, no! Lethal 5 with the ability to make it a guaranteed crit? No! Like, it's so bad. He will just kill everything if you don't kill him. But, like I'm saying, this guy is probably the follow-up to this guy. This guy does all the reductions, becomes frenzied, takes a bunch of hits and dies. All the rest of the Felgor salute as he falls because they know they've won. Because this guy's coming. And he's not happy. He just kills a guy, gets to freaking 8 on his critical, and he's like, this is it for you. All your guys are going to die. I'm pretty sure they have a way to increase AP. At which point, it would be this guy for like turn 2, get to APL 3, charge into 2 people, and then just kill one, get the increase, and then just slam the other. Felgor Herd Goat. I think this is the APL, right? Yep. It's like the only reason for him is to just give this guy 3 APL for round 2. It's his whole purpose. He has to be within 3 of the operative to give it the +1 to APL.
His weapons are meh. He has the ranged version of the whip, which is okay if you're trying to stop AP. This isn't bad. 4 attacks, hitting on 2s is whatever. The 2-3 damage line, I don't care. Lethal 4, that's pretty cool. And stun from 3-inch range. Okay. That's the whole purpose. Just drop someone's APL. Get control of an objective easily if you're tied. Whenever an enemy operative is visible to him within 3 of this operative, so within this range. If this operative isn't within control range of any other operative, subtract 1 from the attack stat. Your opponent must spend 1 additional AP to fall back. So yeah, this guy's like, he's just behind people. Just follows people around, stuns people, reduces attacks. It's fantastic. I'm trying to remember. They got rid of the thing where allies are intervening, unless it says otherwise, right? Like, that was one of the big things I remember that changed. That might need to change back, in my opinion. Let me take a look, because it was... Who was it that explicitly says it? Where are they? Imperial Navy Breachers. Where's my shield man? Shieldy boy. When your opponent is selecting a valid target, they cannot select another friendly Imperial Navy Breacher operative whose base is touching this operative's if this operative has an engage order and is intervening. This role has no effect. This role has no effect on other friendly operatives. I don't think allies are intervening, right? Like, that's just not the case. Not only that, but they wouldn't be considered light. So you can't do the cool stuff you used to be able to do before, where, because they really don't even talk about it. Cover is determined from one operative to another. An operative is in cover if there's intervening terrain within its control range. However, it cannot be within cover. And then they don't explicitly say allies are able to be intervening. The old system let allies be able to intervene, which was really cool because you could easily just run some big beef tank ridiculousness down a hallway and then put people behind it in conceal and just jack in the box them from point blank. But sadly, that's gone now. Because this guy would be fantastic in conceal, sitting behind this guy. Just constantly behind this guy. Just being like, nah, you can't shoot me. I'm in conceal and cover. As this guy's just mowing down the team. Fulgrim Mangler. This was another good one. Because Ceaseless. This is good damage. 4-6. It's good spiky damage to finish some stuff out that the Flux Spray started up. Whenever this operative is fighting this weapon against an expended operative, the first time you strike with a critical success, which is a guarantee with that one bonus, during the sequence, you can immediately resolve another of your successes as a strike. So you activate the guaranteed critical and double strike. Boom. Have fun doing straight up 10 damage to someone. Operative cannot perform the shoot action. No shit. Just no grenades. Other than the guard, but cannot perform the free shoot action during interrupt. You must spend 1 additional AP for this operative to perform pickup marker and mission actions, excluding operate hatch. So yeah, this is not a mission doer. This is a guy that just beats people down. That's all he does. It's great. Definitely another follow-up for the Flux Spray. The first time this operative performs its fight action during each of its activations, if it is incapacitated, it can immediately perform a free fight action during afterwards. This is another situation where if your opponent is a horde team, if they have more than like 7 or 8 people, it might be worth it picking champion. Because if this guy champions and goes and gets 2 kills, that's it. If this guy gets an extra AP and champions, he's very easily going to get 2 kills if they're close to each other. This team could work really well with champion, I think. Against horde and elites, because the damage output potential of guaranteed damage as well as chip damage, I think you could easily take out 1 Space Marine a turn at turn 2 and beyond. And then if the horde team is too close together, you could take out 2 units easily between 2 of these guys. And then if your Flux Spray survives, he could probably finish everyone out. Because, I mean, If this guy doesn't die after doing the first sprint down the field, he is doing that every turn. He is in your face just going, oh, blah, 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 more damage, blah, 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 more damage. Like that, you don't want this. Once this guy does his work, he is your primary target. Like, and you can't not have him be your primary target. You can't. He has to die. You have to ensure his death in however many activations you have left. Or else it's over. Which not only means you have to take 10 wounds away from him, but you have to then attack him further and guarantee a crit or hit him twice in melee. Which, oh my god. Oh, the Shaman. The one reason I was thinking of getting them, because I always love magical characters. Rending, Saturate, and Seek. Full field. I mean, it's only 1/3 damage, so that's fine. But Rending, Saturate, and Seek. 4 attacks. There are some units in this game that this is horrifying. Like, the cultists with their frickin' the demon head thing that they have. His whole purpose is to just move the malefic vortex around the field and then kind of move up so that he could maybe shotgun something to death later. But this guy on the field literally goes, oh, cool, malefic vortex. Let me just hit that guy a few times and kill him. Because that thing only has like 7 health, 6 or 7 health. So this guy could probably kill him in one go. But this is most likely not going to be used often. Until the start of the operative's next activation or until it's incapacitated, whenever a friendly Felgo Ravager within 3 has a conceal order and is in cover, friendly operative cannot be selected as a valid target. Ooh, AoE super conceal. This is good because this is a horde team, and like I said earlier, you do want a bunch of barricades most likely, so you're gonna get light barricades. This makes light barricades just as good as heavy barricades for the most part. Select one friendly Felgor Ravager operative that doesn't have one of your frenzy tokens and is visible to and within 6 inches of this operative. That friendly operative regains up to 2d3. Oh, so he's a healer. I forgot about that. Oh, he's a super healer. I completely forgot about this. There's a little bit of admin to this team because you do need to keep track of who kills who, simply because if somebody killed someone and then this guy goes and heals him, guaranteed 6. That is insane. You're talking about this for the grot? The commando grot? Yeah. I think. No, wait. The grot has the same rule as super conceal. Right? Let me take a look. Commandos. Wording is key. Operative cannot have an engage order. Whenever this operative is in cover, it cannot be selected as a valid target, taking precedence over other rules. Seek vantage terrain. So notice how it says explicitly, other rules, seek vantage terrain. Now there's a trick here. This is where wording is important, because saturate is, where is it? Defender cannot retain cover saves. Okay, good. So you're still in cover. You can't retain cover saves, but you would still initially be in cover, which means the trigger effect still occurs. You are still in cover. The seek gets overridden by your version of super conceal, which is the same as this, which is awesome. So this will not affect the grot. As long as you are in any kind of cover, which, I mean, that's just being within an inch of any terrain that intervenes. That's the whole purpose. Select one friendly. So yeah, the super heal is amazing. Oh, let's see what you are. This guy was kind of cool before, but they've adjusted some things. I'm noticing it's not a ploy or an action, though. This is a little weird. You can ignore any changes to this operative's APL stat and is not affected by enemy operative shock weapon rules. Whenever an attack dice inflicts normal damage of 3, roll a d6 on a 5. So he gets a basic 5+ new version, Feel No Pain. Unaffected by his APL is unaffected. He has 2 APL, which, I think there's going to be a lot more interesting things occurring with APL reductions as people figure out the rules a little more, because APL ups and downs are very important in this game now, I think. Flashbangs do a lot of work. Taking a Mandrake in with a flashbang and having him just appear, because you can't shoot, but using the flashbang isn't shooting. It's using an action. So in Conceal, you can teleport one of the Mandrakes across the field near the end of the game of the first turn, or the end of the first turn, and then just chuck a flashbang on like a squad of like 6 people. Just, you just light up a group that's just clumped in an area and just be like, haha, -1 AP for the rest the next round until you go. And that's so brutal. It's so brutal. So having defense against it, I think, is good. It's just not a lot of people are using it enough right now. But then this one. This operative can use stun grenades. Oh, they kind of nerfed him? Oh, no. Whenever an enemy operative takes a stun test as a result. Oh, they nerfed him. No, he used to provide like a damage debuff, kind of like poison. I'm pretty sure. I think he was like a pseudo poisoner. He wasn't as good as the Hand of the Archon one, because the Hand of the Archon one didn't need to see where it was throwing the bomb. It could just do it. But this guy had to see, and I think it was even an attack profile that triggered it. I mean, this is good, in my opinion. 3+ on a flashbang. Oh, okay. It's actually not that bad. This is awesome. Inflict damage on the enemy operative equal to their dice result halved. So D3, but then rounded. Okay. So you do get a little bit of damage. It is a stun grenade, so it is an action, which means he can stay in Conceal while doing damage to things. And if I'm not mistaken, the stun grenade just needs vision, not validity. Let me take a look. Universal equipment. Visible to and within 6. They don't need to be valid. You can literally just keep chucking this thing at anything you want within 6. Just non-stop. And see if you can drop their AP. Okay, this guy's actually badass. I like it. This guy's a frontliner, but he can solo. Like, he can go on his own and do stuff explicitly to just keep hucking these at people. I like him. He's good. First turn, move dash into some far up cover, and then just hope. And just keep chucking stun nades. It's pretty good. It's technically better than this. Felgor Vandal. This one was meh, I think, right? Oh no, I think I know what yeah. Whenever this operative is fighting, this weapon has the ceaseless weapon rule. Fighting, not retaliating, fighting. You have to be the one engaging to gain the ceaseless. 5/5 is good. 4 sucks. You need that ceaseless. Inflict D3+1 damage on each other operative visible to and within 2 inches of this operative. This operative cannot perform this action while it has a conceal order. But you can perform it within control range of an enemy. So, bust in. Like, honestly, you probably won't fight with him right away. This is like a little bit of like a catch-22 here. Your aim might not be to fight. It could be good to early turn, rush in, do like a hugging charge, and then just AoE everyone in 2 inches of him. And notice each other operative. He's probably going to be one of the initial guys to do this, because if he doesn't, and he's running in with your allies, he's doing D3+1 to your allies as well. So kind of a solo, kind of on his own, but the whole purpose is to just trigger. Like, this is 2 guys you've seen now. 2 you have seen in this list that do close range decent mortals that do not get retaliated against. This is charge and then AoE, take no retaliation. The other guy is just sprint through people, do mortals, take no retaliation. 2 units that have that function on this team. And then the standard warrior, bludgeon, consistent damage and brutal. People can't block it without crits, but 4/4 is still good. Anything starting with 4 is great, especially with a 3+ to hit. But then 4/5 on the cleaver. Oh, you really want that 5. Although it probably doesn't matter against certain health brackets, honestly. Like, if the person you're fighting against has 8 health, bludgeons. It doesn't really matter, because, like, crit 1 and then do regular for 9, person still has 8 health. 9 health, go for it. It's perfectly fine. Whenever this operative has one of your frenzy tokens, it cannot be injured, which means these guys... I like this. So what they've been trying to do with warrior models is give them purpose beyond, like, just being the fill, right? There's always, like, a thing that warriors have now where you wish your specialists had it, but they don't. So them not being able to be injured even when frenzied is really good, because of the whole thing that frenzy claims, yeah, you're injured. No, you ain't. Although it does say you're -1 AP. So the APL difference is still the issue, but you will not lose your hit or your move, which is really good here. Really good. Definitely one of the first people to go in if you really want to. Same picture. Nice. Brass-plated hooves, horn caps are welded. Once per battle, you can use Animalistic Fury and Wild Rage Firefight Ploy for 0 CP. Animalistic Fury, Wild Rage. Once per battle. Which one were these? I'm guessing it's during. I'm guessing these are Firefight. Ugh. Wild Rage. Yeah, that's a good pickup. If you have that equipment set, this is what you use for free in turn 2 with your Flux Spray. Animalistic Fury is also another good option if you wanted to go the +1 damage instead, depending on who you're fighting against and what the situation is. It's pretty good. Oh, okay. We'll talk about that in a second. I remember that. Once per turning point, when a friendly Fulgrim Ravager operative is fighting or retaliating, you can use this rule. If you do, inflict 1 damage on that friendly operative and re-roll one of your attack dice. If this result is a fail, inflict 1 additional damage. Viable. It's health as a re-roll instead of, you know, command point re-rolling. That's not bad. And 3+ to hit on average. I could see it. It's not that bad. Chaos Sigil, once per turning point, when an operative is shooting a friendly Fulgrim Ravager operative at the start of the roll defense stud, you can use this roll once per turning point. If you do, worsen the X of the piercing weapon roll by 1 until the end of the sequence. Note that piercing 1 would therefore be ignored. I mean, your armor save's not great in general. I guess, because, like, it's 5s. I don't know. I always feel this when your armor saves like a 4 or a 3. But this is a 5. You can only take it to a 4 if you do the little mobile platformy thing. The mobile barricade. I don't know. I'm not feeling this. War Paint, though. You can ignore any changes to the move stat friendly Fulgrim operatives from being injured. You are 100% taking this every single game, because this ignores the move stat reduction when you are frenzied. You are 100% taking this every game you play. You're never not taking that. Everything else is kind of like hit or miss. Maybe brass adornments. But like I said, you probably want 2 pickups of barricades, which literally means war paint, 2 barricades, and then maybe brass adornments every game is most likely what you're going. But this is an interesting concept. I remember reading this and being like, oh, that's actually wild. Relevant part of the effect change friendly, except, yeah, that's just what it is. Mantle of Darkness. They had to upgrade They had to adjust because originally this just said Vantage, and everyone was like, well, that means Seek works, right? And they were like, all right, fine, we'll put Seek in there too. But then they had to add this because they had to remind people that if you're within 2 of someone you're about to shoot, they don't have cover. They are not in cover in that situation. But this was an interesting concept that got FAQ'd. This is the only team that has it, but it's something to keep in mind if this ever occurs on anyone else's team. If one of my dice is re-rolled or replaced by an opponent's roll, Hand of the Archon Omen, Warp Coven, Fate itself is my weapon. Can I still use the Violent Temperament strategy ploy to re-roll my attack dice? Yes, but only the dice that were not re-rolled. As most people know, Warhammer 40k games tend to sit on the idea that if you pick up a dice you have rolled and re-roll it, that dice is now fate locked. There is no way to re-roll it in any situation. So in this game, there are 2, as far as I know, maybe more, coming or currently in existence, ways for an enemy to force you to make a re-roll or to hand you a dice as a roll, like a locked-in re-roll type situation. So that's what this is. Like, it's just kind of cool that it's like, oh, well, I've locked you into a garbage dice, and then you use your ability, you cannot re-roll the locked-in garbage dice, which is kind of cool. I like it. I like it. It's one of those fun little rules interactions. I do still think though, we're going to go back to painting here now that we've spent like an hour talking about the Felgor. No, my views. I do think the game might need to go back to considering allies to be intervening. I almost feel like they might need to think, though, on that in terms of considering the possibility. Felgor Ravagers are melee-centric beastmen. Why do you not ask how are Felgor Ravagers? I can actually go grab mine. These were the first attempts at my lazy paint job idea. Let me, Oh, servo. There you go. So they're chaos related. They're mutants, basically. Beastmen were thought of as being part of the 40k universe because Zangors existed, but the Beastmen themselves were never really verified until they were released as a kill team. They're just like creatures. Like it's hard to describe. They're not like chaosy mutants, but they are mutants. They're usually like born that way. I spent a lot of time looking into the Zangor version of the Felgory style stuff, and maybe they're born the same way. I'm not sure, but the way it's put for the Zangors. Let me get some medium in here. The way it's put for the Zangors is that one day, like a wave of energy washes over a planet, right? And then, from that point forward, all children on that planet that are born look a little goat-like. They are violent, they grow quickly, and they immediately start killing anything that isn't them. And then suddenly the entire planet is just Zangors. And even though they seem primitive, one of the quotes that we have from the writing in the Warhammer 40k universe is from Abaddon, one of the leaders of the Chaos faction, who explicitly says that the greatest ships in the Gothic fleet, which is the space fleet, right? Like the giant ships they fly around the universe in, the greatest ships were all built by Zangors. They're artisans with incredible knowledge of how to create things that are able to fly through space. What up, Goblin? Beastmen, I think, might be a little different in how they're created. But yeah, they're at their core, they are chaos incarnate. Like, they're just like this weird energy that mutates a person into this beast. A little bit of glazing medium. I was debating switching over to like a slightly orangish yellow, but I wanted to stick with straight up orange because I feel like what we can do here is once we get this down, I can mix a little bit of my yellow into it and then just push it that way. I did want something that was a little more saturated for this mix for non-metallic metal. The trick is to remember this. I'm gonna have to remember this formula. I'm gonna need to repeat it. Yep, stay warm. I need to redo this too. I really want to just like hop in and redo this one. Trying to get these swords done in a way where I'm happy about them has been a terrible trip. I'm usually up into the wee hours of the night trying to find videos. Guide my opinion on how those are going to work out. Oh yeah, nice and cold. I prefer the cold. As long as I can keep my feet and hands warm. The briskness of the temperature keeps me pretty active and aware while I'm getting work done, which is nice. I always feel so lazy when it's super hot. Like I just can't get anything done. Every time I move, it's like, ugh, all my energy gone in an instant. Glazing medium. Next part of this sequence is going to be the same orange, maybe 50-50'd.
with some of that yellow that I have. The pale yellow. I have to detail the back cape a little before we really get into it with the gold. Need to find like my uniform gray or something. I feel like it does pop a little bit better than just the gold paint. I feel like the gold paint just gets lost so much. I've always been trying to figure out in this process, the whole like underglow process, what the best elements will be for all the different parts. And I do really think if you're going to underglow like this, you might need to always non-metallic. Something about the metal just flattening stuff out just doesn't feel right when you have this kind of like an underglow paint job. I might simplify the formula for the rest of the Emperor's Children. It might end up just being like brown to the off orange yellow mix that we're gonna make, and then straight to the pale yellow for like peak highlights. Did anyone catch any of the LVO games? I heard that the guy that played Deathwatch and took everything, like the moment LVO was over, that the what he was using was already FAQ'd. Like immediately after. He was using some kind of like wording shenanigans that meant something was way more powerful than it probably should have been. I think this is the second time Deathwatch out of nowhere was just like, oh god, we're way too powerful. Because it was like Tabletop Tactics or something, or one of the major one of the major YouTube channels that got 10th edition early. That was just like, hey, with these abilities, Deathwatch is able to achieve like 100 mortal wounds around. That's freaking ridiculous. And Games Workshop immediately was just like, oh yeah. And now it's happened again. It's starting to feel like maybe someone working at Games Workshop really wants Deathwatch to be amazing. And it's just secretly like, oh, they'll never check my work. No one ever comes down here to see what I'm doing.
Oh, they get rerolls in this situation? That's fine. Probably doesn't really negatively affect anything. Signed off.
Yes. Yes. The seeds have been sown.
I heard the Blades of Cain team did like way better than people expected. It did really feel like that was a team meant for someone who genuinely looked at them and was just like, I got this. Hold my beer. Like, if you know what you're doing, Blades of Cain. Probably very powerful. Did he focus on specific units from the Blades of Cain? Because I'm not gonna lie, I tried watching the live stream for Kill Teams, and it felt so under quality compared to any of the other channels I was watching. Like, it sort of just felt like one camera at a desk. And I don't know. It just didn't feel like good representation. Well, I mean, aesthetically, I prefer it, definitely. I have talked to people who prefer the new one, which I agree with. And I will say this, the new one will most likely be able to get put together better than this one. This one requires so much pinning and so much cleaning and so much effort that for a new player, I would be completely fine if they were like, here's my Fulgrim. And it's like, yeah, cool. I prefer the pose, absolutely. I've done enough with models to know how to like clean them up and fix up issues using, you know, the tools we have access to, green stuff, all that. So that really helped here. Really did, because holy crap. The fact that the back on him is like these components, the wing joints into the back, it's basically just flat to flat. That is insane. I don't know who thought that that was a good idea. But I had to buy a pinning vise before I was like okay with finishing him out. I do feel like Dire Avengers are almost like required on that team. You do really want at least a couple to manage your back line and be scary, because they are kind of scary. But yeah, no, the pose is great. I love this pose. This is a fantastic pose. But yeah, the building, god awful. There's a joint here that I had to pin because it's literally just this little joint holding up the whole body. There's another joint here, same thing, had to pin it because it's a small area that isn't really socketed in any kind of way to be helpful. So I had to pin that, and then each one of these wings has a pin in it that goes to about here. And then inside the body, I angled it so it goes pretty far into the body for each shoulder. When you apply these, you glue them in, and then there's this like weird bubble gap that goes around because it didn't quite line up on the resin. So I had to take green stuff, put a ring around them, and then smooth it out on both sides. So, struggle bus. But I think he's worth it if you're okay enough at this kind of hobbying with actually like trying to make sure the model isn't going to fall apart just randomly. And he's also going to be my first approach with LEDs, which we will be applying to him once we get kind of the baseline painting of him done. I want to fix up these weapons because I still just don't like them at all. But right now I am on the kick of going non-metallic metal. There you go. I'm just on the non-metallic metal kick. So we can try to finish that up a little bit. Undo all the metal surfaces we did on him. He's cool though. Every year the store does a Tanksgiving where it's tanks and monsters. I am hoping his rules are out before then. That way I can just bring him. Kind of want to do like a tag team or something. Because it's they don't care about the faction rules. They don't care about detachment. It's just a points value. And if they keep the points value low to try to like speed things up, I feel like I could do this guy and Magnus. Just do like a double Primarch team. Maybe he'll come with something like an uppy downy. Dude, if he has uppy downy, if they give him uppy downy, right? Imagine him being like a Tyranid, what is it? Those weird burrower super monsters. The Morlock or whatever. I'm trying to remember its name. Imagine that's his rule. He has wings, but he can uppy downy. Just because he goes underground and then surfaces. Just brah. Alright, let's finish up the re-attempt at his back cloth since we moved it away from yellow, because we're going to be moving to yellow with all this gold. It would be too strong. Uppy downy is great for like supporty things and mechanics, because if you're just uppy downying all the time, it's because you need to go somewhere for like be close to a table edge. Be a very expensive model to pull that off, unless his version of uppy downy is actually fully get put into reserve. The only other uppy downy I have access to is the Thousand Suns Demon Prince with wings, and that one forces you to have to return him in the next movement phase. So you're not really allowed to like rapid ingress him later.
they gave this guy full uppy downy, that could be kind of cool. I imagine 9 times out of 10, since he's probably going to be a melee spec'd out Primarch, this is the one in reserve. Every game that you take him, he has to start in reserve because you want to hit him with that rapid ingress. You want to go second. Let the enemy come to you. Just position really well in mid to pop out through walls and stuff. I'm probably going to have to buy a Land Raider or two, which I am not looking forward to. If you already consider that the best way to start this collection is to most likely get 2 combat patrols, which will be 150 each, if not more. So that's already $300. Then you're gonna want the battle box, which is gonna be what? 300 probably, 2 something, I don't know. You're already up there. I'm gonna need a Lucius, and most characters are like 60. That's another. I might need a Cacophonist. That's like another 60. Depends on what his rolls look like and where I want to put points. But I think at the end of the day, I want 1 or 2 Land Raiders, right? Get some... most likely, Lucius will be able to lead Flawless Blades, so you'll probably want to either double up a Flawless Blade squad and toss Lucius into a Land Raider with them. I feel like that's probably a major primary thing you're going to want to focus on. Alright, let's get to work on this thing. I have Ash Gray. Maybe that'll be fine. Get a little glazing medium in it to try to thin it a bit. Decided to switch this over to gray, just due to the yellow we're about to use, because it would have looked weird with yellow on yellow. So we sad about no Kill Team LVO announcement.
Personally, I think it's fine. It's good to give other games kind of like the spotlight for a bit. Because I do like Age of Sigmar. I do like all these sort of like other games the Games Workshop puts out. And I feel like the last couple of months has just been, let's show you the next kill team. Because it is a double whammy. It's, you get to see the next kill team and you get to see the next squad getting released for 40k. But it is that over inundation, and a lot of people kind of aren't really that happy with that kind of a release, and I agree. I agree from sort of just the grander scheme of things. Because the big issue is right now what seems to keep happening. Get this one down. We'll do little hits of this white. What keeps seeming to happen is they announce it and they're like, yeah, it's kill team, but you can also kind of use it for 40k if you play. So what ends up happening is 40k players are like, well, I don't play kill team and I need that squad. So they start buying that box up and then trying to eBay the other stuff. Like the orc players will all get it for the tank busters. The ideal is that in your local area you'd have an Imperial Guard and an orc player who both are like, I want part of this, right? Like that way you can at least get the elements you really want. But 9 times out of 10, it's a person who's just getting into that pre-order line, buying it so that he can get his tank busters or his ratlings, and then offloading it on eBay. Whereas it could have just been better if they just had access to the squad and that was it. It's definitely more budget friendly for Games Workshop to do it this way because they don't have to spend money on a bunch of unique units that people probably won't want to use. And then the only way to make them want to use it is make them super strong and powerful and just crazy in 40k. Like what they did with the commandos where every orc player was like, oh yeah, we need commandos. Those guys will just sit in mid and hold points and they can't really be targeted or killed. They were just too good. Here. Not too far down though.
The little rats. What's the plan there? You have like a generalization of like what you think is kind of the way to go? Because I still kind of need to look at them. I'm probably not going to purchase them myself. Although the plan that I might have is to get some things that I think look like parts. Like, I gotta go through my bits and see if I can find things that feel like sniper rifles. And if I have enough of them, I probably will buy a box of Gretchen and then a bunch of bases. And we will attempt to make a Gretchen team. But to my understanding, you can almost run an entire team of Ogren and like one sniper. So it just, I don't know, it feels like a weird team to build. Like even crazier in cost than the Hand of the Archon. Or not the Hand of the Archon, Blades of Cain. So only 3 Ogrens total? Okay. And I know the Ogrens are like worse at doing just general stuff, but the whole point is to take, I think, the shieldy ones and then just putting them on objectives. Right? Like that's the goal, is to just chuck a big wound Ogren with a shield on an objective. And then have the little snipers do what they want. Kind of use that as a distraction, which is a viable, decent strat, I guess. Decent play style. But I still don't quite know if I think it's like really useful. Because again, like we were talking about, if backline is constantly an issue, like do they have the ability to shoot into combat easily? Or do they need you to not be in combat? Because I feel like a rushdown team kind of negates most of their general strategies. Not for trying to get the snipers, but for just holding objectives and just being in melee with stuff so they can't get shot. Which I feel like is the main goal of anyone playing into them. Don't get shot. Be where you need to be. Okay, that's good. Shoot, because if you couldn't, like that feels miserable. Alright, so we're gonna mix a little bit of this yellow that we were originally using for the cape into the orange. Hit it with a little medium. Thanks, Crybaby. Now we gotta get a little more serious about the placement of these glazed colors. From kind of a lighting perspective. Oh, they sound like a very command point hungry team then. Because without reason to swap out of conceal, an enemy won't just pop out of conceal and be in a situation where you'll be able to like easily shoot them depending. Like, what kind of Seek do they have? Do they have a lot of like Seek Heavy or Seek Light? Seek Light, I imagine, almost doesn't matter. Because 9 times out of 10, you're going to probably try to be on Vantage anyway. Maybe in more close quarters or Vantage limited maps. Let me pull it up. Rattlings. Control F. Seek. So that's super conceal. Fulgrim can't get super conceal, just rattlings. Okay, so you have a way to spot. The spotter. Select one enemy operative visible to this operative once during the turning point. When a friendly rattling operative is within 3 inches of this operative is shooting the enemy operative, you can use this effect. The friendly operative's ranged weapon have Seek Light, so you do have the ability to get over light. The obscure one is really good because I've started to discover that a lot of maps, when they have like a giant thing in the middle of the map, it causes a lot of obscuring. Like the map I've played on several times now for Vulcus has a stronghold in the middle, and then a 3rd story vantage on one of the corners. And for that 3rd story vantage to see people on the other side, it's mostly obscured when passing the vision through to those targets. So there's like this layer of it where having an anti-obscure up there is a good idea. I mean, they always suck toes. I mean, this guy doesn't have toes. He's technically showing you his feet right now. This could be a demonetized stream. Let's see what else we got. Yep, you do not have a lot of access to Seek. Good anti-obscure, though, which I do think is valuable. Definitely valuable. No, yeah, you definitely take Fulgrims with their shield and then something else. Like a stab shield is the best one to go. Yeah, their slab shield. You just go 3 Fulgrims with slab shields. And then I guess you just pick what you want. Power Maul or Grenade Gauntlet.
Honestly, grenade gauntlet's not that bad. I always hate grenades on a 4+, but 3-5, not bad. Power maul though, 4-6. Make them come to you. It's not a bad option. What up, Arturo? Have not done the lights yet. I decided we were going to do non-metallic metal. I need to gather tools for the lights. I need my soldering iron. I need my wire cutters and like the thing that clips the sleeves off so I can get some more wire out so we can properly do stuff. I also purchased a small handful. I also purchased a small handful of 3mm lights instead of the 5, because I feel like the 5 might have been a little too much. If I do stream the lighting stuff, I'm going to need the soldering iron and everything ready to go, but what we're going to do on it is sort of engineer and feel out exactly where we need to place stuff. Because I have a plan. The core of it is that we do need to get to a place where I feel like if something goes wrong down the road, right? Like a battery dies or maybe I need to replace a light. It's not hard. Right? So I feel like doing at least 2 layers of corkboard. 1 layer for the build where you put all the different little LEDs, and then 1 to go over top of it with holes cut in it so that the LEDs fit inside from below and then get covered by corkboard from above so that they're not like very noticeable. Would then allow me to sort of cap it using a bunch of like the little paper clips. We would cut it and we would kind of glue them into the top part and then slide that on top of what was below it so we could remove it like a cap in future. Probably we would want to drill an area out and put a magnet in it as well. That way the magnet the two magnets could hold each other. Maybe with some E6000. It would need to be light magnets, though. I don't want to... If I do too strong of a magnet, it'll just rip itself out. Corkboard is not exactly known for its extreme durability. So I have kind of a plan, but we do need to look into it. Try to make sure it absolutely works. But yeah, today is just about the conversion over to non-metallic metal. I do think it looks a lot smoother. Bought satin glazing medium to try to help out, because So Flat paint is really thick. And water only helps like a little bit. So glazing medium seems to do a pretty good job at smoothing it out and letting it sort of work in like a gradiated fashion, which is nice. Oh, thank you. It's not getting any viewership. I almost didn't expect it to. I do really want to get back on battle reports. I feel like that's what people are more interested in. Those are going to be the important videos. So just between that and informational videos. The Emperor's Children video was, I think, more about me testing out that new format I have. Because it took about 2 hours after the script writing was done and the voiceover was done. It took me about 2 hours to edit it, which I like a little more than the 6 that it used to. Oh my god. The key element is that all the stuff in that video is like, it's at 4K, so when I'm doing it in the 1080p file and I'm zooming around, it doesn't lose as much quality as it probably should, which feels, I think, a little better. No, yeah, I enjoy doing those because I do feel like with what's been going on with Games Workshop, with all these new people being like, oh, what is this? I want to get into it. Oh, Secret Level, that was cool. Space Marine 2, I love that game, but let's see what this is all based on. Games Workshop games are starting to become more like looked upon by people who maybe didn't care before. Oh, Henry Cavill says he likes Warhammer. What is this game? So people wanting to get into it, it's a struggle because it's not simple. And by no means is it simple. There's so much going on. There's a lot of depth to it. And a lot of us within the game really like that about it, because a lot of things over time that are competitive or just in general enjoyable to play, for us, we like it to be fairly elaborate, because we like there to be a ton of nuance in there for us to find like elements where we can kind of capitalize on certain things being strong or weak. But then what tends to happen in like gaming and other such things is, in order to appease wider audiences, the game hyper simplifies itself. Which, I mean, sure, it's still a game, you can kind of play it, but the fun factor kind of dwindles the simpler and simpler the game gets. So I feel like it's a good idea to like show people in simplified-ish terms how the rules work, so that even though they are complex, just like more average people can be like, oh, I get it. In hopes, technically, that we avoid what seems to keep happening in a lot of like different games, and that the company making the game goes, well, if we casualify, we make way more money, and then they just do it. Because they gotta survive, man. They're a company. Can't fault them for the need. But I'd really hate it if this game, like, if the Games Workshop games just immediately took out all the detail. Like, I know 10th was their attempt to simplify, but in a way where it's not like it loses everything, right? Like, you don't want to lose all the flavor. You don't want to lose all the nuance. But a lot of the simplification did kind of help, like not having 100 ploys. Oh. That was massive, I think. And new 40K did take a lot from Kill Team with that. Like, Kill Team simplified it all. They went, yeah, you get 6 ploys or whatever. You get like a small number of ploys. It's the whole big thing. And people just resonated with that more than, you get 100 ploys, but only 3 are usable. Hopefully you find them. I do feel like Kill Team is a test ground for rules changes in 40K too. I wouldn't be surprised if the Kill Team Hot rule makes its way to 40K at some point. The new Kill Team Hot rule, I love it. I love it so much. The risk is just there. So risky.
Oh, absolutely. There was a lot of stuff that just cropped into 40k for 10th that was being run in Kill Team and not 40k. The way the command points are generated is very similar. And then the Kill Team ones changed because of the seasonal shift. They changed to a new mode. If you have initiative, you get 1. If you don't, you get 2 starting at turn 2. So you're getting these like interesting potential concepts that may make their way into 40k.
I don't know about the initiative one, just because the initiative shift doesn't really matter in 40k. 40k is straight up, you roll at the beginning, and that's what the game's going to be. And you have to set your plan based on first or second for the entirety of the rest of the game, which is fine. It's fine. But then you look over at AOS, and AOS also shares the same concept of just like, oh, you're going second, have an extra point for your orders. Like, oh, okay. All right, now we're going to switch it up to yellow, and we will end it with potentially white. In very small spots. You don't want to use a ton of white. We'll probably even highly glaze the white. Grab some of this glazing medium. It does just feel a lot smoother doing it this way. No, it would be near impossible to switch to alternating like that. Because you just have so many different like types of armies, and it could cause problems. I mean, there'd be a way, but I don't know how easy it'd be to balance. Because like, how do you do an elite into a horde, right? I imagine the 2GA approach is the way to go, but that's got to feel terrible from like the elite perspective. It's just having the horde team go like one after another, after another, after another. And all you can do is sit there and just let it happen. I think the format differences are fine. Because you do have to like think differently. A lot of 40k is more about your list than anything else. Like, what can your list do? What can it take? Is it designed to survive going first, going second?
What do you got? Like the crucible that tests your ability as a player, not just to play the team, but to build it, is different, I think. In a positive way for 40k. They do have game formats that are larger than Kill Team, though, that do alternate, to my understanding. Yeah, Imperialis, the new, like, mini version of Epic. Imperialis does alternating, and you technically have large-ish armies, sort of, represented. Airsoft player. I had a buddy that played Airsoft. I don't know what he was playing, like, with, though. Like, in terms of the group and the rules. Because to my understanding, I mean, he's an engineer, just in life. And he told me that at one point in time, when he was doing the whole Airsoft thing, that he, like, custom built an airsoft gun using just, like, a bunch of different, like, motors and batteries that he pulled from other ones to create this, like, weird box that would just fire metric tons of pellets over a very short period of time. It's like, that doesn't seem fair. I don't know how I feel about that. They tried to do those, like, large field fights where, I mean, it's just over a long period of time in a massive area with, like, wrecked buildings and tons of different patches of trees and stuff. I remember he did it for, like, years. We would go to LAN parties and he would just sit there, like, testing out and cleaning his, like, airsoft handguns that he would just randomly purchase. Sitting in the room, he would just randomly shoot us in the calf from, like, across the room.
as he puts it to his new wife. It was a long time ago. Another life, some would say. That was a fun, awkward moment. We were all just hanging out after Hot Pot. We're sitting there just like, remember the time you threw rocks at cars from the top of a building and we almost got caught by the cops? His wife's just like, wait, what? It's good. It's good times. Good times. Fix up some of this back area before we move on from it. Too much spillover. Probably need some more white, probably need some more medium. I have 276 drop frames. When did that happen? Golden satin glazing liquid. If you are into the idea of trying to do blending and miniature painting, highly suggest. I know water will cover it for most people, and that's fine. But if you want this stuff to go on buttery smooth, especially if you use extremely thick paints like I do. Like So Flat is a fantastic paint for the pigments it's able to produce. But it is very thick. It's definitely good to smooth it out before application. Gives you a little bit more time to go, oh, I didn't want that. And then make an adjustment, fix it up, go back in, try again. Very important. So when are we thinking for the data slate, the kill team data? Like, when? I want to record a battle report, and I'm pretty sure the data slate is going to be dropping soon. LVO's done, so they held off long enough to let LVO happen without any massive shifts and changes. No, it's always been quarterly. The updates were always named after the season they were released in. So this would be the winter update. But if they point to the QA they released shortly after the game and are like, well, that's the update for winter, it's like, oh no. People will not be happy about that. I wonder if they were just hoping to see stuff happen at LVO to give them, like, the final touches on what they think needs to occur. So maybe in, like, a couple days, maybe at the end of the week, hopefully. It'd be nice. I'm gonna mix the white in with the yellow a little bit. I want to try to not go pure white. Pure white's gonna mess with stuff, I think. But if we put white there and we pull some of this yellow into it, we get some of that glaze medium. And this is just a very good. All right,
we have to be very explicit about where we're putting this. Because it's not about taking over the model. It's more like, there we go there, maybe that joint there. And then as we get closer to the front, maybe a little on the tip back here. There, maybe a dot there, dot there. A little hit there. A little bit on the tip there. Over here a little. One right there. It's just about like a slight extra shimmer. Don't want to overpower, but do want to make it look like this kind of surface has a much brighter maximum than most other surfaces. Even if that maximum is kind of restricted to specific spots. Let me try to get this close up for you guys. I don't think it's that bad. I think we're doing pretty good. Again, non-metallic metal. I think I've only ever tried once or twice beyond this moment right here. I understand its basics. I understand the core of what makes it look really nice. Because it's about going from very large and like sort of complete, right? Like everything is just all at once hitting you with the color, to very refined, very singular picked out spots. And you hopefully kind of align them with where light would be coming from. Bastards deserve love too. But again, like I'm saying, what's most likely going to happen is when I get to the point where I'm painting all the models, I'm going to have a most likely 3 sequence of colors to pick from to non-metallic metal the entire army. Because I do feel like using this underglow style of paint, I can't really rely on actually using metals. open this up with the rest of it. That's why people like the guard. They like the idea of like facing excessive levels of horror and adversity and still standing strong kind of situation. That's why a lot of guardsman players are like, yeah, watch my humans and tanks defeat eldritch horrors. Watch my guys on horseback charge in on greater demons. I keep saying demons. Greater demons.
Perfect.
There's just a level of like the human condition overcoming horrible obstacles that people seem to really enjoy about that kind of thing. You can do it, broshi. You just gotta build. Buy and build. It's an expensive hobby, though. Definitely be prepared.
I will say the glazing medium is doing wonders. Like it, even just general brush strokes. I feel like I'm getting more of like a gradiated fade for everything I'm doing. Phone call. No, yeah, mandrakes are very quick to put together. They're not that hard. Depending on how you wish to paint them, they can also be hyper easy. It's very easy to get away with. I just want to paint them as like shadows, or I just want to paint them as energy. Like, you can easily get away with that. I mean, that is the team for that moment. My paint job was pretty easy with them. I tried to make it a little advanced, but it was pretty easy. Okay, now that we're here, I feel the need to work on this frickin' spear a little bit. We can try to finish these up, because now that I have glazing medium, I think I can do the black a little bit better than what we did prior. Because my big issue when I was using the So Flat Black is it basically just goes down and that's it. Yeah, let me show you my mandrakes. I don't know if you were around for them. Go. So the color the pants are, except for the really bright blue bits, that was what they were originally painted. I think I primed them white and then hit them with a sort of all over dark blue. We then picked spots that we sort of marked off with tape, and then we hit that with white again, and then did the gradiated yellow to orange to red, which was just magenta, all through airbrush. And I think the main things I had to paint were the blue streaks on the pants, the purple on the wrappings, like they have little tassels and stuff that I painted a dark purple. I then had this brass paint from Golden. It was high flow brass. We hit all of what would be considered their skin with it. And then I went over top of that with the oxidization paint that Citadel sells. And then we just painted the hair. This was a two-stage thing. We kind of did the same thing with Fulgrim. You paint the hair white. You hit it with one of those contrast paints that's like a blue, but like really, really watery down blue. Like, it'll just become basically light blue shadows is the goal. You then go over top of it again with a really light gray and then peak with white. And it was just, I think every model took me like maybe 15, 20 minutes just to finish out. And it was just like, done. Got through the whole team in no time flat. So things we need to do here. We can try to do the bordering here, or we can first start with cleaning the blue off here. So we can do the orange again. I tried to do the blue to make the spear stand out, but then I was just not happy with it. No, yeah. Anything you want to do in white, I always suggest getting a really just nice, low, high, like, it's kind of hard to describe. It's like a contrast paint, but when they tell you what the contrast paint's going to look like, how they do it on all of the covers where they show you like a sphere or a square, and they're like, this is what it'll look like after application. And you kind of don't really know what you're looking at if you're not used to it. You just see some colors and you're like, I guess it's a blue. Well, Army Painter sells one that I can probably show you. I wonder if I have it out right now. Just want to try to get this blocked in a little bit so I can fix it. So thin. So scary. Can't wait for this to just snap off. Like right at the end, I'll be like, yeah, and then it'll just fall off. So I'm certain there are Citadel equivalents. I think Hexwraith Flame does something similar. Pretty sure I pulled it out though. Not Caribbean. Maybe I put it away because I only needed to use it once. Oh no, there it is. Ta-da! So you can kind of see in this square that there's a white spot. And the first time my friend attempted this, he spray painted, or he primed everything black, and he was like, all right, I'm gonna apply this to it so it gets this, right? Because he assumed white meant it would go on white at the peak and then it would become this color at the shadow. But white just means there's no opacity. So when you're painting this on top of a surface that's white, this practically applies like a shader. You have to be kind of careful with how much you apply. Like there's a little bit of a, like kind of some experience you're gonna need there before you're gonna get it right. But they sell that in blue, they sell it in, I want to say magenta or pink, and they also sell it in purple. And I think orange from the Army Painter line. So if you're planning on painting a character where you're like, his armor's going to be white, know that that's kind of dull looking. I mean, you might like it at the end, and that's fine. But like aesthetically for a lot of people, if it's just, oh, this is straight up white armor, and you look at it and it is just white armor, maybe there's a shader used of black or gray, it doesn't look that great. There's like not enough visual interest going on in just a straight up white armor. But now if you add some if you add like a colored shadow to it, like a blue or a purple, now we're talking. Now we're cooking with gas. It was something I think my buddy was planning on doing. I don't know if he ever did it or if he's still planning on doing it. I gotta take a look the next time I'm over there. He's planning on painting his Adeptus Sororitas. They were gonna have white armor, and I think he was gonna use a rose paint. Like a rose contrast. Before dry brushing the white back over top. That way they have like rose shadowing.
It's just so much cooler than dirt brown shadowing or dark black shadowing. Okay, while that dries, kind of want to test black paint with glazing medium. You do get a lot of this glazing medium for like $10. It's kind of awesome. But seriously, it makes it so buttery smooth. So what I saw online was basically applying a bit of black edge highlight. Thing is, the person I was watching that was doing this, all I could think the whole time was how the effects he showed and the methodology he chose could have been like a million times faster if he just did the same thing I do with my chevron painting, which is to paint white and black and then just hit it with a contrast after the fact. Because like he painted the yellow and orange like properly, right? Like he actually went in and did this just right. I'm gonna try to add a little bit of like from the outer edge charring. Try to enhance it a little. Like he tried to do it just completely properly. Whereas if he just painted it white, did like a blend between a yellow and orange contrast after applying the black in a way where he was like, yeah, that looks really charred and cool. Would have been like a million times faster. But this is one of those like learn to do it right, I guess, situations where maybe there's more value in learning the standard way so that you understand why the faster method kind of works. I don't know.
these angles are hard to hit. Trick with edge highlighting is finding the perfect angle to run the brush. So that it at least gets the edge and then whatever else you're looking to grab. Wear your safety goggles when de-chaosifying models. Always. The Emperor protects, but plastic protects even more. I actually put goggles on when I was cleaning this guy up. All the little BS frickin' resin tags and stuff all over the place. I was like, yeah, there's no way I'm letting that get in my eye. That's not something I'm excited for.
last one done for the spear. And I gotta get moving. And then the next time we stream will probably be after I get a soldering iron and some clippers and stuff, and we will work pretty intensely on the lighting for this guy. Just gotta shave my beard, it's getting unwieldy. I'm starting to see the hair is just like popping up. My peripheral vision freaking me out. It's getting too crazy. Might have to register it. Maybe until the new data slate comes out, I'll just... that's the problem. I want to do another video on another team just so we can keep chugging along with that. But if I put it out and the data slate drops immediately after, I'm going to be very mad. So I feel like I need to maybe do like a 10 tips video, maybe, if I can come up with 10 decent tips for like every player. I know the first one I'll say, it's because it's one I keep seeing people forget, is the straight up oh jeez, Francois, you going weird on me? Why you gotta go weird on me? yeah? Yeah, I'm not too sure what the Marines are missing. I know that at LVO, apparently, what was it, Intercessors? It was some Marine type. Finally got a lot of representation because, like, they're actually good at what they're supposed to be doing tactically. Oh no, Francois. They got to you. I make a Johnny Bravo joke, and it's come to this. Well, no, yeah. Money, they're just going to keep churning units of importance and cycling. I mean, that's how you do it, right? It's the only way to try to get all the money off the people who only purchase meta lists. Is to just keep adjusting the meta so that all models from all lists are meta. That way they just end up always having these massive collections of literally every army and every unit to the maximum. That way they can always chase the meta. Now and forever. No, yeah. It's why whenever we chat at the store with new players about, like, what should I buy? The answer is always what you want to play. That's it. Like, that's what you want to buy. Because if you're asking because it's like, well, what's the strongest? I can tell you now what the strongest is, and then in a month, it might not be the strongest anymore. And then where will you be?
see what I can do here.
How close can I get before it just doesn't want to focus anymore? So a bit of non-metallic metal. Settled on magma weapons. I do like, in some instances, how the non-metallic approach looks. I didn't do the multi-facet thing, though, with it, where you kind of try to involve another color. I think the pink underlighting already does that, which is like a bonus, I feel like, with the non-metallic metal approach. And my underlighting approach. It just works in fun ways. But yeah, magma blades. So it comes down to wiring. Maybe I varnish them before we get into the wiring bit. I'm gonna take some pictures. Dude, almost anything resin looks dope. That's probably one of my favorite parts about the Emperor's Children reveal was the Noise Marines. Because the Noise Marines are just the cacophony, but with like cooler backpacks. I wonder if I can pull that up for you guys. Emperor's Children cacophony. And Emperor's Children Noise Marines. No, where's the new models? New. Revealed. There we are. One's kind of blurry. Cacophony. Noise Marines. So yeah, Noise Marines are just like the straight up visual advancement of the cacophony. Technically, if you want to psychopath it up and try to get a head start on all of this, you would buy a ton of these guys. If you could find them. They are way too expensive, though. So yeah, like this was really good. This was probably one of my favorite things. I still think my plan is potentially one giant battle box and at least 2 combat patrols. Although I would probably, once we understand what's going on, consider big box, single combat patrol, and then possibly an expenditure on demons as well as Lucius, and at least 1 cacophonist.
I imagine they're sold in the same format that we see with the battle box, the upcoming battle box. Emperor's Children battle box. Which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 each, most likely. 6 per box. It's going to be 6 for them. I think 10 for the standard Marines, right? And then Flawless Blades. Probably 6 for the Flawless Blades. I'm trying to remember. The issue is they didn't give us a good picture of the combat patrol, which would have showed us how many Flawless Blades you get. I don't know if they're going to do 3 Noise Marines in a standard. Are you talking about the Flawless Blades? 3 for the blades? Oof. Because don't you get 6 in the combat patrol? Oh, I'd probably just buy 2 boxes of combat patrol then. Ooh. I mean, I'm saying this knowing full well that we're all very aware that Games Workshop is unable to maintain a supply line for popular products. I have, ever since they changed the Screamers of Tzeentch to actually be very good as a model, I have been just sitting here staring at Games Workshop's website for them to come back in stock. And it's the same thing with the MVB. MVBs became very important in the last couple iterations for the Thousand Suns. It took me a year to get 2 of them. I want to see what they do with the Lord Exaltants. They have so many different weapon formats. And like, I wonder what that's going to change. Like if it's more like a war gear shift, like the whip makes things move faster in the squad or something weird. Like it almost feels awkward to have so many Exaltants, but it feels like you could almost expand the possibilities of the army with just one model if like the spear did something as a war gear for the squad. Oh, so you're basing the blades on the fact that it's 3 bodies, like 2 groups of 3 bodies for the 6. I could see them maybe doing that, but I think they might stick with the 6, and it would just be 2 small sprues basically in the box. I could kind of see that. If they go down to 3, oof. Hopefully it's not more than like $35 or $45. If they're like $60 for 3, I'd be like, holy fuck, Combat Patrol it is. It's just like the Thousand Suns Combat Patrol when it went on sale for like $60, and it was basically just you buy the Terminators, you get a leader and 20 Zangors for free. Because that box, the Combat Patrol is a full squad of 6 blades, I think. Let me see if I can find it. Because it literally was just the camera passing by. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me see if I can pull this up as like a big picture. What do I have a message for? Oh, I have an achievement. Weird. Yeah. So yeah, you get the leader. You get a single squad of 10. Yeah, it is 3 distinct bodies, not 6 distinct bodies. Bunch of head options, though, it looks like, which could be good. Because, like, that head looks kind of cool. I do like the Nathan Explosion head. I just don't like the cone heads. I just don't. Because, yeah, they'll give you the 10 here, and you'll be able to switch between melee and ranged. It looks like this combat patrol, they want you to go all melee. And assuming that these guys look pretty advanced, I'm guessing these are split for the combat patrol, which in my head means you get a 10-man in the box, because this is basically legionary. But then you can go to 5 if you want. Potentially. I don't know if you could go to 20. That'd just be weird. But yeah, these guys, because this is all the same. Like, you get 2 guys with the symbol and then 1 guy without. With the same body setups across the board. It'll be good to have another combat patrol, at least for myself, because I hate playing the Tzeentch combat patrol. It is not fun. It is one of the worst experiences in combat patrol you will ever have. Because the entire game is built around when your leader attacks. If it's good, you can win. If it's bad, you're going to lose. Nothing else about that team works. It's so bad. Well, the Noise Marine squad is 6 in the image for the giant battle box. Let me see if I can grab that image. I hate Reddit. I just want to open just the image, please, for the love of God. Stop just going to Reddit for this. Whoa. Yeah, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they give you a leader, 5 subunits. And it would be weird for them to sell this 3-3 for the leader purpose. Maybe. They are an elite squad. Maybe they're going to be adjusting their guns to actually be really good anti-tank. Doubt it. I still foresee strength 9, AP 2, damage 3. Or probably damage 2. Because I think it's like 4 or 5 shots. So it's like a good amount of shots. But it's only strength 9. Unless they make the adjustment. We'll have to see. We'll have to see with the announcement what happens. I kind of, like, deep in my soul, I kind of wonder what the Hellbrute's going to be like. Because I really want to use a Hellbrute and be happy about it, but I don't think I'm ever going to be happy about a Hellbrute. I use them in my Vastor list because of the whole you get to use both lethal and sustain. And it's like, cool, that's awesome. But even there, it just doesn't feel good. It just feels mediocre at best. That's what I'm saying, dude. If we get like a special dread that's Sonic, oh, it'd be so good. Be so good. Because like, what else is it gonna be? They're probably just gonna be like, it emanates sound, all leadership in the area -1. It's who cares? Who gives a shit? I still wanted a Siren Dreadnought. Alright, I gotta get moving. It's 5:37. I gotta drive around for a little bit, grab some people, go places, do things. What, Lucius? You think Lucius is gonna be worse to transport than this? Than this guy? I had to pin this guy. Like, let me do something for you on camera real quick that I'm even scared of doing. Whoa. Lucius is some magnets on the base on a cookie tray. That's fine. He's good. This guy, I am horrified about moving around. But yeah, we'll get to there when we can. Next stream, and like I said, it'll only happen after I get all of the components together to build his base, because that is the next important part. Once we get all that stuff together, we can do all that fun things, because we bought all of these 0.3s of UV LEDs. We have some 0.5s as well if I really want to go 0.5, but I think we just want to get like maybe a 0.3 kind of in a ring around him, like starting where the tail would be, and then just spot after spot. Because the issue with this, I thought it would be diffused. It is not. It sort of emanates outward, but it mostly emanates in a straight line forward. Like, it mostly just goes that way. It's just like, meh, creates a little spotlight effect. So if we get enough of them around him, I feel like the spotlights would all come together in like a nice confluence and make him look kind of cool, like he's on a stage doing cool things, which is the whole theme of the army. The veneer of perfection. If you haven't watched it yet, I did put out a video. I didn't expect it to do well, and I was not surprised. You can check it out, though. It's my thoughts on the Emperor's Children. A couple memes in there you might enjoy. But, yeah. Till next time, guys. Later.